due to the consumer discretionary ETF being weak today. Tesla's actually positive in the pre-market, so is NVDA, but you have weakness in the SOXX and the SMH ETF. So semis are yet again seeing some selling across the board from AVGO, Intel, AMD slightly, and a variety of others, Texas Instruments, so on and so forth. So clearly there's some weakness in semiconductors. Today you have natural gas ripping and roaring. That is strong on the session. I'm looking at Apple longs at the open, potentially also some crypto longs, coin and Mara to play intraday. But I am looking at Apple. If we get a retest of that 182 level, you can see we have some big support here. We have a 50% retrace fib at 182.75, which we've sliced through. And this is another gap down in Apple. I mean, a mega gap down followed by 3 consecutive days of selling, now a fourth. We should see a technical bounce, at least intraday on Apple. That's what I'm expecting. So again, I'm looking at Apple here. I just picked up some Apple at 181.99. 181.99. We saw that pre-market dip, and I just picked up some Apple. There was a quick little drop there on the Qs. I did pick up Apple at 181.99. You can see we're even below that now, 188, 181.89. Wow. So a tremendous amount of selling occurring in Apple. Definitely have to be on watch. All right, so market's set to open here. Again, I repeat, I am long Apple to 1/4 position. 181.89, long Apple. Sorry, 181.99. Apologies. All right. The market is open here. The market is open. We are seeing Apple bouncing pretty sharply here. Good to see off the initial open. Here we go. Could we see a red to green reversal in Apple today? There's certainly a chance of that. Still holding my Apple long. Still holding my Apple long. I want more. I think this can at least push up to 183 today. All right, Apple's reversing. Dollar's still trending. So the Qs are still getting a bounce here. Amazon's trying to bounce. Apple's still seeing some selling pressure here. Seeing a little more green starting to appear on the screen. Crypto's rolling over. Coin's weak. I'm actually looking at Coinbase at a long here. 152. If we can get down to 152, Coinbase is a long. All right, guys, I'm going to pick up some coin here at 151.30. 151.30. Still holding an Apple long and now a coin long. 151.30 starter position. It is coming a little bit lower here. All right, I just added there at 150.08. 150.08. It is starting to come lower here. So my average now on coin is 150.62. We are slightly out of the money here. It is falling. All right, Apple's pushing to Apple trade. So we're long Apple, long coin. Slightly out of the money on coin. We are in the money nicely on Apple. That one could be a big, big mover for us today. All right, so now the S&P is starting to weaken just a little bit. All right, guys, I just sold my Apple there at 182.81. 182.81. I exited Apple. 182.81. Starting to creep into Coinbase. Let's actually look at the S&P as well. All right, let's go back to the drawing board here and see what is transpiring. JBFR. Let's see that name. Microsoft big push. Apple's continuing. So is the S&P. Hey, good morning, Green. Green and gone. Greening one, sorry, greening one. Yeah, I'll discuss that momentarily. I just want to settle into the market, but I will absolutely discuss what I saw in the Apple pre-market. I am seeing the dollar running into a little bit of resistance, so this is where we could see the indices make another push. I am looking at a Russell 2000 long, so keep your eye on the Russell 2000. All right, big push coming in coin. So big bounce occurring in Coinbase here. Big bounce occurring. What I'm going to encourage you to do is put a protective stop or take profits. I'm going to see if we can get a little bit more. I'm just putting a break-even stop here. Actually, I'll put an in-the-money stop now on coin. Basically 151.13, protecting the trade. So now Apple's starting to come down again. I do have a level on Apple that I like as a swing trade again, or sorry, another day trade level. The dollar's trying to firm up. Indices are selling off a little bit here. Keep Apple on radar again. We do have another long level approaching. All right, coin just stopped me out there for a small gain. Coin just stopped me out for a small gain there. So now we go back to the drawing board, looking at potentially Amazon for long Qs and Apple still. I want to see if we get a little. So you have a lot more green starting to appear on the screen here. NVIDIA's green, Microsoft's green, Tesla green, AMD green. Keep your eye on Mullen, M-U-L-N. That one's moving here. So this indices could go green today if some of the mega caps firm up. Apple's selling again. I like Apple at that 182 level again. We will trade Apple at 182 on the long side. Again, we picked that level in the pre-market. We will trade that again if it comes down. All right, guys, I'm picking up some Apple here, 182.19, 182.19 long Apple. 182.19 long Apple to starter position, 1/4. We will add basically at this double bottom. That'll be the second entry. All right, so markets are actually trying to hold this level. Some of the semiconductors are starting to firm up. Usually have a little bit of a micro breakout on the S&P. I'm watching that closely. If you can get above this little consolidation range, which it's found a little bit of rejection right now, but if we can get a close above this white trend line, then we can test this next pivot zone. But you are seeing some rejection there. So we're long Apple. And you know what? Crypto's actually making a move, so I'm going to pick up some more Coinbase 5160 long coin. So we've already closed two winners, a big trade on Apple at the open, a little bit of a micro winner here on coin. We're back in Apple and we're back in coin. So 151.60. I am long Coinbase. It's a 1/4 position again. Nice move there. Apple's actually coming down. So again, I'll add to Apple at 181.63-ish. That's kind of your low of day area. Apple's still down over 1%. Bitcoin's up 1.43. Semis are down across the board, but NVDA and AMD are green. So Qs are weakening. The Russell's weakening just a little bit here. Take a look at Mullen to pump up here. So Mullen, MULN, is starting to pump up here. This is a squeeze name. Very speculative, but we're up over 5.85% now, and it's looking like a nice potential bull flag breakout is occurring. We'll see if it can gain some momentum. It's forming a nice inverse. S&P is breaking down though, so you have the S&P break. I do like longs on the Qs. If we're long Apple, we're long coin at these levels. Could be forming a little inverted head and shoulders on the S&P 500 here. We could be forming an inverted head and shoulders, which is bullish. So I'm going to look for some more longs here. I'm going to go long the S&P here. Long SPY 468.65. 468.65. It's a 1/4 position. 468.65. Long the S&P. So we're holding an Apple long, a coin long. I just added to my Apple at 181.70. 181.70 with our second entry. Brings the average down nicely. So the average now is sitting at 181.90 on Apple. 181.90. I am seeing the dollar soften up a little bit. So again, this is where we may want to look for more continuation longs. You have more sectors green versus red. So again, I'm still optimistic that these markets can actually rally to the upside here and gain some momentum. Microsoft's got a little micro intraday bull flag. All right, big move in Coinbase coming in. Big move in Coinbase. All right, so we're in the money on our Apple trade. Well, flat on Apple, in the money on the SPY, and in the money nicely on our Coinbase. So 3 of 3 trades, yet again, we're in the money on. Let's take a look at this potential inverse break on the S&P here. And again, I still have your question in mind there about Apple. I will touch base on why I went long Apple greening one. So just be patient. I like to focus on the trades as we have them. Let's see if we can get some continuation moves. Big push on coin coming in. If we can break this neckline, we have a nice $1.30 of upside on the S&P 500. The Dixie is coming down, so it's going to support the thesis that we break out here. You're coming up into some minor resistance, which would imply a nice move for us. Bitcoin's up nicely on the session. You have Bitcoin up 1.88%, and Coinbase just flipped green now. So very interesting. IWM turned green, SPY turned green, Qs are still red, Apple's still red. So if Apple starts to firm up at all, this market's going to absolutely fly. Look at this nice push on coin. I think we can get to gap fill. That would imply upside profit target from our entry of around 3.47%. Don't be surprised if that gets there. Typical when you retest a little bit of a neckline, you do often get that initial sell-off. There's a lot of people that don't, they end up selling resistance. That's what you're supposed to technically do. If you look at the DXY, that is softening just a little bit. It's still, let me see, it's still slightly positive on the session, but it is softening just a little bit. The headwind for the Qs is the yield market. You have yet again a bear steepener at play today. So the thesis again that I've been discussing with my members is a bear steepener at play. So we have to be really mindful of that, because if that bear steepener takes hold and really starts to weigh on the market, that's when equities typically sell. All right, S&P is trying to break out here. You can see we did not get a 1 minute close above that area. I'm actually just going to go to the 30-second chart here, just so I can try to have any little bit of an edge on this breakout scenario. All right, so we are trying to break out on the 30-second chart. We are trying to break out. Again, upside target is 470 here. Still some resistance selling taking place. Come on, baby. Let's see if we can break out. Still holding a long on Apple. Still holding a long on coin. Crypto is just ripping here. It is just absolutely flying here. This is a wonderful, wonderful trade. So now it's prudent, since we've had a big move up in coin. What I always try to do for myself is protect the profits. So we entered here at 151.60. I am putting an in-the-money stop loss. You can do with what you will here, but I am putting an in-the-money stop here on coin at 152.87. I want to protect this trade. You'll have some support here, which we're tagging right now. So since we've tested that first area of support here on coin, it is currently holding. We want to see if we can maintain above this white trend line. So the S&P hasn't completely broken out yet. The S&P, you can see it's still trying at this neckline. Apple just made a new low of day. I'm still long. I only have a half position long on Apple. Still long coin, long the S&P, and long Apple. Let's take a look at Apple again. If Apple starts to firm up at all right, I'm about to add to my Apple position here at if we get a touch of 181.40, I will add to my Apple position. That'll be the third entry. Again, we have 4 entries to accumulate a full position, and we've only taken half of our entries. Slightly out of the money on Apple, but we did win our first trade, so we're still insulated. Our average right now is sitting at 181.90 on Apple. I will add at 181.40 and 181 on Apple. Let's look at the S&P. So the S&P is going to be getting dragged down because of Apple. So therefore, this breakout is not technically happening yet. Not technically happening yet. Take a look at coin. Coin is just ripping here to the high side. All right, guys, I just added to Apple there at 188. So 181.38. 181.38 I got filled at. We are still trending lower here on Apple. So Apple's really dragging these indices down. So our average on Apple is sitting at now 181.62. That is a 3/4 position. We still have another entry here at 181 where we can add. Still holding along the S&P. Long Apple, long coin. We're in the money on coin and our S&P trade. Still an inverse head and shoulders is technically valid. But this is a level that we're now breaking down on Apple. NVDA is starting to see some weakness. All right, guys, I just sold my full Coinbase position at 154.57. 154.57. I did sell my full Coinbase position for a nice gain. And I like to rotate more money into Apple because it is so beaten down. Trade. Let's see what Apple can actually start to do here. So we're back in the money on our Apple trade. We're back in the money on our S&P trade. We took profits on coin. So that's really good to see. Our big push on Apple coming into play. Big push in Apple. Dollars breaking down. All right, let's review this Apple trade off of the pre-market for one of the viewers here, since we're in it. So I apologize about all the day trade lines, if we can try to ignore all the day trade lines. But basically, Apple has had that initial two-bar sell-off, and then you made a big bearish gap open that not only gapped over a previous support here, but you also gapped over this support here. So that is a big bearish gap. Now, this is a monster gap on the Apple chart. And basically, when you see Apple getting this oversold, naturally institutions, big players in the block are going to defend this name because it's the biggest company in the world, most liquid, very, very high volume name. So always liquidity follows. Now, if we simply look at a few factors here, you were gapping into the 50% retrace zone on Apple in a pretty straight shot move down. And you also had this pivot here. So you had a massive pivot zone where you broke out on Apple. You had a daily gap fill, and you had a Fibonacci level. So those are three big, very, very factors to influence the trade. And you also had an oversold condition on the intraday RSIs. So even if you look at the hourly RSI on Apple, we're still extremely oversold. And the interesting thing is you're making a positive divergence here. So Apple put in a low here on the RSI, has put in a little bit of a lower high on the RSI, but a higher low. So that's a little bit of the method to the madness there, just isolating down a few factors as to why we took the trade. All right, looking at the S&P here, it has broken out of this neckline. I repeat, the S&P has triggered an inverse head and shoulders breakout. Now, we're still holding long the SPY here. We bought here at 468.65, so we're holding an Apple long and an SPY long. I still think the upside target of this move, well, it's not what I think. The pattern suggests an upside move to 470. So again, if Apple starts to firm up, this market is going to absolutely rip. Let's just draw in some more resistance trend lines. We could actually have a full-on retrace all the way up to 472. That would be a monster trade for us. That would be a monster trade. Now, it will take Apple to firm up, but we have to remember the indices are green, except for the Qs, despite Apple getting absolutely clobbered here. So we really just want to pay attention to Apple. Wow, Mobileye, MBLY down 25%. So massive, massive trades here, guys. Please give this video a like. If you're interested in my little Discord that I run a swing trading and day trading service. I'll throw up a, whoops. You can see Apple's trying to trigger an inverse head and shoulders as well. So watching this carefully because we get a break on this and you could see a nice move to the upside. So we have actually banked quite a bit of profit here on this stream. My swing trading and day trading service is at tradingcapital.ca here. I track all insider buying and sellings. You'll have access to my portfolio. We've actually closed today, not only the day trades, but we closed a beautiful winner for 18.33%. And then we closed another secondary winning trade for 11.3% profit. So it's beautiful to see that in the new year, my members and subscribers are banking tremendously. We are banking tremendously, and we're also banking on this stream. I mean, I've given you an Apple long off the open, which we're in the money, which we won on. We took profits on 2 coin trades already, which is money on our S&P trade here, which I think still has more upside. So again, if you're liking what I'm providing here, please give my videos a like at the very minimum, or a share, because again, this is just free educational material. I'm trading with my own capital, coming out here each day to provide alpha opportunities and market insights. And if you've taken all the trades with me today, you have been winning. You know, it's not all the time we get a perfect day where we go 100% win rate. Being able to provide alpha opportunities on these live streams, that's all we try to do here. Look at Apple. If Apple firms up, guys, this market is going to fly. I repeat, this market is going to fly. You know, we have at least a 65-cent move on Apple that could take us back up to this 182.47. So imagine Apple starts ripping, how much this S&P and the Qs are going to rip. Wow, this is going to be freaking awesome. We are banking. Let's go. All right, S&P is coming up into its first little resistance pivot here. You break out of that, and oh boy, you could even argue that you have a flat top inverse head and shoulders neckline. So if we were to break out of this flat top, this is the new upside target. You know, we're looking at about $1.66 move on the S&P 500 here, and that would suggest Apple's about to frickin' fly. So again, target 1, I'll just draw in targets. In the dotted line, that's your target 1. Now, do I think it's going to be a straight shot there? Probably not. But then again, these markets are just crazy exuberant and tend to be pretty crazy. Target 1. So again, I'm still holding an Apple long. We are in the money nicely. I'm still holding an S&P long, which we bought here. Take a look at what Apple's doing. Again, I'm seeing more green on the screen, and Apple's still down 1.2%. Qs are still negative. Dixie just rolled over. I repeat, the Dixie did just roll over, but look at this move on Apple. Excellent job if you've caught this with us, guys. Excellent job if you caught this with us. This is absolutely epic. Look at this market push, guys. Sebastian Brotherman on TradingView, can't see to type in chat, but love the work. Keep it up. Oh, thanks, Sebastian. I appreciate it, man. Look at this move, guys. So you can arguably say we've triggered now another inverse head and shoulders with a flat top neckline. So target 1 is well in store. We are looking to hit target 1. Target 2 will probably just hit later in the day. But what an epic, epic move. Imagine Apple goes green today. Imagine Apple goes green. Mullen 10-minute bull flag looks like it wants to break out to the upside. I repeat, MULN ticker could see a squeeze move. This might be a big uptrending day, guys. Let's look at AFRM. That's also putting in a red to green reversal. Let's take a look at UPST. I think some of these high-flying names are going to friggin' squeeze today. Still have Amazon down 1.42. Whoa, WBA just got clobbered down 10.5%. I didn't. Walgreens, I believe. Yeah, that is Walgreens. Let's see if there's a long trade set up on Walgreens or even MBLY, Mobileye. Wow, what a drop on earnings. I still like this level for a potential long. Let me just throw up a fib retrace just to see here. So you can see we're tapping. Let me just tighten this up a little bit. We get a bounce because this name was oversold. Potentially getting a range breakout here. Bull flag, you clear this pivot and you're actually going to probably have a move up to 23.72. Still not my kind of trade setup, but it is looking optimistic on Walgreens. Let's look at MBLY down 24.79%. This one's just been grinding off of the lows after a massive gap down. Let's see the daily chart support, if at all any. So yeah, I mean, you do have some support here on MBLY. This pivot zone here, reversal, big pivot here, reversal. Rejection that you want to look for. This is actually technically a potential continuation short at this level, but I'm not going to take that trade yet. All right, let's look at some of these other high flyers, IONQ. This one looks like a little inverse head and shoulders potential. I am liking it as a swing trade. I don't hold a position. Whoops, I don't know what's wrong with my mouse today. But you can see there's a little inverse head and shoulders potential forming. It's all a potential. All right, Apple's tapping pre-market low. It is above it, but you can clearly see on the intraday action, there's bullish patterns all over the place. I have to get rid of that. Still holding Apple. We're almost at target 1 on the S&P here. Almost. All right, it's pretty prudent here, guys. Look at this rally that we've had on the S&P. It's pretty prudent to protect or at least trim. At least trim. I'm going to trim half the position up here, 470.03, and I'm going to leave the rest of the half running with an in-the-money stop loss at this pivot, 469.62. So I just trimmed half, leaving the rest running on position. I do like Apple for a continuation move. You know, we could see Apple, you know, obviously it's been weak all session, but we could see Apple firm up even if the indices sell off. Again, guys, I've been harping on Mullen. It is trying to firm up some more. It's still up 4.5%. So if the Russell starts to firm up, this name is going to break out of this flag pattern. Full disclosure, I am long Mullen with a swing trade with my members, which we picked up yesterday at 12.75. So we're in the money nicely. And again, this is a nice little rounding formation occurring here. Sorry, my mouse just seems to be off. If you break this little neckline that I'm looking at here, you know, you have a pretty decent move in Mullen. This is intraday, right? So this could be a potential, you know, 16% breakout from this area. Now it needs to break the neckline. It hasn't done so yet, but it is. So I just tightened up that stop loss on the S&P to 469.65. We have not been stopped out yet. We did take profits on half the position. Stop loss. Still holding an Apple long. Apple did get a tap and retrace of the neckline. So again, this is where the bulls want to defend. They actually have to defend this price action right over here at this neckline. This is where you broke out. It's triggered the upside target of 182.50-ish. Now we need to see it defended. We do need to see that area defended. Dixie's still softening up. Apple's still down tremendously. The Qs briefly went positive. Now they're back to the negative. You can see Apple's piercing that little neckline right now. We'll see if it holds up or not. All right, Apple's still testing that little neckline. All right, the S&P just stopped us out on our second half. The S&P just stopped us out on our second half for a nice profit. So that was a beautiful, beautiful trade on the S&P. On the SPY, we took it all the way down here at this candle, 468. I do believe we still have upside target to target 1 and target 2. So I'm going to be looking to play a retrace. If we can actually flush down on the S&P all the way back down to this support zone, which call it around 469, I will be a buyer. Still holding my Apple long. I repeat, I'm still holding my Apple long. But we've closed now 1, 2, 3, 4. We've closed 5 winning trades already. Well, no. Dollar's coming down. All right, so Apple's defending that support. All right, guys, high risk play. I'm going to go long IONQ, 1207 long. Long IONQ. So the S&P and Apple are trying to push up here. Apple is being defended off of that neckline. That's a beautiful technical defense that is occurring as of now. It's still not out of the woodwork. It's still down on the session quite substantially, so you really need to start seeing it firm up. Can you explain liquidity? Yeah, liquidity is basically the amount of money at any given time that is flowing in and out of a stock. So basically, the whole stock market is just a game of liquidity. I firmly believe that if you have a high liquidity environment, stocks go up. That's what it historically shows. Low liquid environment, stocks go down. So there's obviously things like, when the Fed expanded their balance sheet all the way up to about, 7 trillion, plus 7 trillion. That is a high liquid environment. So therefore, stocks were making abnormally large runs in 2020. So basically, liquidity is very, very important for the overall stock market. So still holding an IONQ. This is a swing trade because it is a high short interest ticker. And a couple things I'm seeing here: potential inverted head and shoulders on IONQ. You also throw on the daily 200 simple moving average. Look what we're hovering on. Nice simple moving average. So this is a speculative play. I think we could actually see at the minimum a squeeze all the way up to here. SPY's pushing up, Apple's still holding. Let's see, the natural gas storage is up to the high side. Up on nat gas. It's currently up on the session 3.39, but it has pulled in from the highs here. All right, guys, I'm buying KOLD here. It's a short on nat gas, super, super risky. I got filled at 82.30, 82.30. Long KOLD. Sorry, I'll just fix my chart here. Shorting nat gas, 82.30, long KOLD. Apple's breaking down some more, losing the neckline. So this might be a failed pattern on the indices here, guys. We just got to watch Apple very closely. Now, there's still the potential that you could be forming a larger inverse head and shoulders here on Apple. The new neckline would be here. But you need to maintain a higher low from this. So we are long KOLD, which is a triple leverage short ETF on nat gas. 82.30. We got filled at 82.30. This is super risky. Super risky, guys. All right, Apple new low of day. So here you have the S&P diverging as the largest company is still trending lower despite the weakness in Apple. Look at Apple. Apple new low of day. I'll add my final entry on Apple at 181. 181 will be my final entry on Apple. Apple's still trending lower here, guys. I don't know how that's possible. Are you in the options market there, Philippe? You've bought Coinbase and it's going up, but I'm losing money. Are you sure you didn't accidentally short it? Did you hit sell instead of buy? I mean, I don't know what account you're trading in, if it's a margin or if it's a TFSA. I'm not too sure what it is, but the only way you're losing money is if you're shorting it and it's going up, or if you're in the options market. So did you buy common shares there, Philippe, or did you buy options? All right, Apple's still trending lower here, guys. So 181 I will add to my Apple long. All right, guys, I just added to my Apple there 180.98. I got filled at 180.98. 180.98. My average is now sitting at 181.27. That is a full position on Apple. So we're holding an Apple long, full position, and a short on natural gas. I could see KOLD actually going green today and filling this little gap to the upside. So guys, we're long Tesla still. Tesla's had a nice breakout on high volume here to make a new high of day. You can see the little resistance box that we're trading into. You have this pivot. We break out of this zone here, and the next resistance is all the way up to 244.50. So this could be a stellar move to the high side. So again, we're long Tesla at 241.42. And again, we're battling this resistance zone here, but we get through this zone here. And again, the only resistance is all the way up here. That would imply a really, really strong move for us. Potentially a $3 move. Look at this move here on Tesla, guys. Apple's now firming up as well. Apple is firming up. I'm seeing the Dixie making a new low of day. So that's going to be helpful for the markets. Dixie low of day. Markets are trying to push up here. You still have the Qs negative, and Apple also down drastically on the session, down 1.6%. Microsoft's green, NVIDIA's green, Tesla's green, AMD is green, Amazon's down 1.4, Google's down 0.3, Meta's slightly positive. Crypto market is ripping and roaring today. But Tesla is trying to break out here. Come on, Tesla. Get your big butt up there. Still holding an Apple long. We're basically slightly in the money on that trade now. In the session, and they are holding. So I repeat, you do have an inverse head and shoulders that triggered intraday. Target 1 still has not been met. And then there's also a target 2 that is technically valid as well. So we are starting to get a little push up into target 1. And you can even argue now that there's an even bigger inverse head and shoulders at play. And I'll show it to you on the charts here. So you have your bigger head now, and you have a nice right shoulder. So again, this one triggers. Now we're talking about really massive upside in these indices. Like pretty big moves coming up. You know, whether or not this bigger one plays out today, I doubt it, but you never know. The first bounce off of an all-time high sell-off is typically pretty ferocious. So I'm just marking these new targets here on the session. That is target 3. So we have 3 upside targets. All 3 inverse head and shoulders patterns have triggered. I'm just going to clean up this chart. But target 1, target 2, and target 3 are all in play. Now, I don't think target 1 hit or target 3 hits today. I do think target 1 and target 2 have a very strong chance of hitting today. Look at Apple, guys. Apple's starting to push up here, so that's working out nicely for us. New high of day there for the S&P. Look at Apple's bullish reversal starting to occur. Apple's going to be the main heavyweight now. This is what's going to lift the market up. Let's look at the S&P here. Alright guys, this market looks to be potentially forming up for a squeeze, a short squeeze. I repeat, this market is shaping up today for a short squeeze. Hey Philippe, you know, we all make those mistakes. I've actually lost money by entering the wrong trade, the wrong price, the wrong options contract. We all learn. That's the thing about humans, is we typically can make errors, and those are your biggest learning points. The big thing is that you always, when you enter a trade, you want to double check, triple check that you've entered the correct trade according to what you're seeing on the charts. You never want to be caught in a downdraft or an updraft if you're on the wrong side of the move. You want to just quickly exit that position, reset. So again, we're holding Tesla long. Both we are in the money now. Alright, so we're seeing the S&P sell off a little bit. It is trying to bounce here. Apple's still trying to diverge and break out here. So Apple still has a lot of room to run here. It is still currently on the session down 1.39%. Q's just turned green now. So if Apple turns green today, that would be an epic rally for the Q's. Potentially breaking out of a little micro inverse head and shoulders here on Apple. So if you now see Apple has a potential little inverse forming. This is a very small right shoulder. You would like to see it build a bigger right shoulder formation, but I mean, it's still technically valid despite the small right shoulder. So again, we have to keep in mind that Apple's initial inverse head and shoulders over here failed, and it created a big downdraft, a new low of day. Now Apple's trying to firm up and really test a potential breakout again. Let's see what the S&P is doing, the SPY ETF. Q's just flipped back to the negative side after briefly going positive. So unfortunately, that one's going against us. Again, it's only a starter position. I am looking to add around this level. If we go a little bit lower, actually, to 240.43, I will add to the position, but you can see that Tesla tried breaking out. It's actually having an upsloping wedge pattern, which technically is bearish, but considering Tesla's had a sell-off and the indices are strong, I would still favor that Tesla can bounce higher. All right, now Apple's coming in, Tesla's coming in, so the whole market is coming in as the Dixie's firming. All right, guys, I will be right back just momentarily. I will add to my Tesla here, here, and here. So I'm just going to put a resting buy order at that 240.43 area. Still holding my Apple long. And I will be right back. Alright guys, I'm back here. We are still holding Tesla long. Apple, we are in the money nicely, but I'd like to see more upside. I think that Apple has a lot of juice potentially left in the gas tank here, so to speak. Again, our average on Apple sitting at 181.27 here, and it's trading all the way up to 181. This is a full position. This is 4 of 4 entries on Apple, so this is a nice, healthy chunk. This 181.88 level, we're tapping pre-market low. So you can see that we've been rejected off this level here. Now we're seeing sellers here, but I do anticipate we should get through this area on Apple. Based off of this little inverted head and shoulders pattern breakout, we should see Apple push up to 182. But I do remember this inverse failed. So we'll see if this one fails. Now, when inverse head and shoulders break out, they have about a 70% chance of playing out. So since this one broke out and failed, odds are, since we've already had one failure today, that this one should play out. You know, a 70% chance of playing out is very strong odds in this game. And we already had one fail today, and now we're having a second one potentially trying to play out. So I love when you have back-to-back high probability patterns. One fails, the other one pushes the probabilities up even more. So still holding a full long position on Apple. Tesla's going for a new high of day. QQQ just flipped green, so now you have the SPY green, the Russell green, and the Q's green, and the dollar down. Sorry, I'm just moving a chair around. I have to get my... I'm actually going to take a screenshot of this trade setup. Apple's still pushing. Big push. Look at that surge on Apple. Holy moly, guys. This is epic. What a trade. What a freaking trade on Apple. Take a look at that breakout. Look at this squeeze, baby. Squeeze. Squeeze it. Squeeze it, squeeze it, squeeze it. New high of day on the SPY. Tesla's surging here. Apple's just flying now. Let's go. We are banking. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm still holding my full Apple. Probably should have taken some profits off there, but that's... Let's take a look at this S&P 500, shall we? Look at this breakout. So target 1 was just achieved, guys. I gave you target 1 really since we bought down here at 468.65. So target 1 was just achieved. Now the next point of target is going to be target 2. So I am just going to slide this over slightly. But target 2 is in play, guys. And then target 3 potentially tomorrow. But we'll just take it day by day. This is looking like a nice trending day to the upside. Imagine if Apple goes positive, how big of a profit we will win. All right, so now we have another support range to buy. Absolutely printing. Let's go. Come on, baby. Thank you. Bingo. Boom. Epic, epic win here, guys. What an epic trade. Again, I'm going to take this time to talk my own book. If you have not been following us or liking or subscribing, please take this time. Check out my website. Subscribe to my YouTube channel because we have absolutely printed here. Full position on Apple, and we are ripping here. We are absolutely ripping. Wow. What an epic trade. Wow. What a rip. Tesla were in the money. Apple were in the money. IONQ, we are in the money. Still holding an Apple long, Tesla long, full position on Apple. Let's see what we can ride. Let's see what we can ride. The S&P is now tapping pre-market high. Sorry, QQQ is tapping pre-market high. Still holding a Tesla long, IONQ long. Apple, full position on Apple. We are just ripping here on Apple. We are absolutely ripping here. All right, guys, I just offloaded half of my Apple position at 182.25. I offloaded half of my Apple position here at 182.25, still holding the other half. So that is an epic gain on a day trade long. So we banked tremendously here, won a full 98 cents on the half position, and I'm looking for more. I am looking for more. Long, that one's pulled in from the highs. All right, guys, I'm going to put a break-even stop loss on Tesla. Break-even stop loss on Tesla. So 241.42. I'm not going to let this trade go against me. Break even. So we are starting to see the dollar trying to put in a a higher low. Could be starting to curl up, which means that the indices could see some pressure here. We'll just wait and see. Again, yields are all green across the board, so that's typically a hindrance for the market. You do have a bear steepener at play. So Apple's had a significant bounce off of the lows, which we rode for a beautiful, beautiful gain. It's still down over 1%, 1.12. NVIDIA's up 1.6, Tesla's up 1.43, Microsoft's up 0.56%. QQQ's positive, S&P's positive, Russell's positive. So all indices are positive. Dixie's negative, yields are green across the board. All right, Apple's getting a big push up here, trying to make a continuation move. So the QQQ is really struggling at this area, which is pre-market high, 399.49. A lot of top wicks forming on the charts. Apple got a big 2-minute reversal candle. Starting to see Microsoft pull in from the highs. NVIDIA seeing some selling. Tesla's breaking down as well, so we're about to get stop loss on Tesla. You can see this trend line of support trying to hold. So far it is. All right, so Tesla just stopped us out at break even there. So markets are looking a little bit. So SPY is actually buyable at this area, this 470 area. If we flush into it, you have a whole confluence of support. You have this trend line, flat top trend line. You have this upsloping trend line, and then you have this flat top. So there's a whole cluster of support here. But indices are breaking down, and simply speaking, why are we breaking down? Watching the S&P. I still anticipate a little bit more downside for the S&P. I'm thinking we have to retest 470.20, so about another 27 cents to the downside. All right, guys, I'm exiting my Apple position here. I'm just going to sell the remaining half. I'm going to sell the remaining half here. 182.19. I exited, so I'm completely out of Apple now. I am completely out of Apple, and I'm not holding any other longs as of now. So let's just see how the S&P shapes up here. Interesting dynamic in the market is you have coin and crypto starting to break down here just a little bit. So they've been the leading stocks. Crypto's been strong pretty much all morning, and we are starting to see crypto pull from the highs. It's still up quite substantially on the session, but There's still some vulnerability potentially creeping into the market.
morning so far?
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's been a good morning.
Well, hello there.
Well, hello. Small count is now up 13.3% on the day, and nice to drop away.
Yeah, that was good. I was talking with Tuttle this morning about some of his new leverage ETFs and stuff like that. It's cool. I don't know if you guys saw last night, he filed for a 2x long and short spot Bitcoin ETF, which I think the original ones weren't even approved, so we might be getting into stilly season soon.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
How's your predictions going?
My predictions are going pretty good. My predictions are going decent. By the way, if you're on Team Stock Market News or RJR or whatever it is, send me a DM. We got a group channel. I'd love to add to it. But it's been a decent morning. Yesterday was better, I will not.
Yeah.
When I put downside, we went up. When I put upside, we put downside. We went downside. That's about how my day has gone so far.
All good, all good.
Guess who's first place on my team now?
Who's that?
Well, hello there.
I am.
Only 5 predictions, so it doesn't fully count, but yes, you are first.
Oh shit. You ain't first. Last. Well, clearly, if you ain't first, you're last. Let's go.
I see Kevin down below as well. They launched, Tuttle launched a 2x inverse regional bank ETF, SKRE. I know it's something in there that you watch as well. We'll see if it can get the volume it needs, but it could be interesting. Yeah, Apple, I'm surprised. Double downgrade. Well, not double downgrade. It got the second downgrade of the week. I'm surprised it's not being a little bit more weak, but maybe it's a good sign.
Yeah. We're trying to hold this October high. Good spot. I still think 180 is the spot, but
Interestingly, the equal weighted Mag 7 ETF is now up today.
180 might be too easy. I feel like so is October high. Just look left. I don't know.
Did we fall below that previous all-time high?
Yeah. I believe so.
All right, so we're starting to see the Dixie creep up. This is naturally going to market down. So the Dixie, if the Dixie breaks this pivot and tests this high range, we should see the chart into the support. So I'm interested in buying in and around this vicinity. I would love to see a straight shot move. Aggressive traders buy the first one, semi-aggressive buy the upsloping, and then conservative traders buy this lower boundary. Now there's even a chance that we could even retrace all the way back down to this trend line. So call it around this 469.50. I'm going to wait for this last pivot. Since we've profited today, I don't want to really give anything back to the market. Upside targets are still in play, but nothing goes up in a straight line.
Amazon's been pretty weak today, although it actually has came back a little.
Amazonian. Yeah, yesterday was really good shorts. And then overnight, obviously, that was the thing.
There wasn't really even too much news around it either.
Really?
I know.
That's interesting.
You don't got paper up here, Bo. He's not having a bad day. JP Morgan all-time highs as well.
Yeah, Mikey.
How have you, Mikey? Did we get any in the money sweeps today?
Oh, yeah. Plenty of them. To be fair, too many to count. Yeah. True. Coming out of the money all morning. Honestly, it got fucking annoying. Jeez, my God. All I keep hearing is in the money.
Here, go to sleep now.
In the money, no fuck.
Wake up, drink. Headshot in the money.
Wow. the Tesla chart up above too.
Yeah, post that shit, man. Well, I'm about to scale these 470s. I'd like to get them in the money first, but I'm too shaded out by this consolidation earlier.
I would love to see Apple this time. I still think this market dips a little bit more. Of course, we could have a green day in between and like 2 green days, but I still think we get a little more move down, especially on SPY. Bouncing on the 21 EMA today, and we closed. Well, we whipped on it yesterday, and we opened on it today.
Yeah.
Whipped on it again. Now trying to get a push again.
I grabbed those 470s off that lower high. Decent here. Probably should scale at this 21 EMA.
What I was really hoping for was a gap up today to open a short.
Yeah, we didn't really gap up much. I mean, not really at all.
I didn't think we did anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm waiting for that whole Pro headset to be announced. What is it? The Vision Pro should be.
All right, so markets are breaking down here, guys. This is what I was warning about on the S&P. We're tapping first support. Again, I'm interested in buying the second support here and then this little trend line. So first entry will be around this 469.80 for me. Second entry will be around this downsloping trend line. Third entry down here, and fourth entry all the way back down here. So I am looking at longs.
Next Tuesday. Definitely keep an eye on it. I think that's asking who is who. Who's the other 516 though? That's me. Oh, look at you.
I'm a 516 living in a 561.
I may or may not be the other one in the chat. I saw you say it earlier, but I didn't want to out myself. Shout out Mikey for ruining our group chat and making it green bubbles instead of blue. I know.
Scale some out on SPY.
I gotta run out. Jump in the shower. You guys. Alright, no worries. No, stay. Car wash. Either or.
What indicators do you guys think are the most helpful on trading view? If you're new to trading, naked chart is the way to go. But
I'll be honest. So I did after like.
puts are banging here, by the way. For smart to scale, I scale.
No, you're good. After a full year of being like, what the fuck am I doing? The best thing I ever did was literally strip everything. I mean, literally nothing. No EMAs, no nothing. All I had was volume and the actual chart and candles, and did that for a full year. And I started to see chart patterns, started to see candles, like you started to see so much more. And you're starting to see the price action actually like kind of
sold without all the other extra bullshit. So yeah.
Binding smooth. Let's go. Oh.
Yeah, Google, Meta,
Big breakdown coming in the SPY, guys. I warned you this. I'm still not long. I'm looking at buying a long here on the S&P, a starter position. Because Apple and Microsoft and Tesla are now all breaking lower, NVIDIA is remaining strong. I want to see this flush into this area now. Get ready to go long the indices. I'm waiting for a divergence. So what I want to see is the RSI make a little bit of a higher low and the price action to make a lower low. And that would signify divergence.
Was another risky short I took, but ended up playing it up this time. Watch hedge pressure 469.50. Probably a big bounce response.
Big breakdown coming in the Qs, guys. Big breakdown coming in the Qs. Look at this. All right, SPY's tapping support. I did not get filled. I did not get filled yet.
Contra at 184, 132. Keep it going. I scaled some more.
Apple.
I got real lucky with that high volume move down. I'll take it.
So we are long Apple again. 181.47.
Might be it though at hedge pressure.
The Qs just went back to the negative side. S&P and Russell are still green. Notice how we achieved that upside target, just missed it by about a penny. I was giving you that SPY target as well. So for anybody that waited patiently and bought that little bit of a dip, Google's getting demolished now.
Bears still. But this is a big bounce off hedge pressure. I did take some scales down there. I'm holding a few cons left. So
You can see we're at the 618 retrace zone of this little breakout move. We're trading right at the 618, so that's where we bought. Slightly oversold intraday, oversold on the daily. Qs and SPY are hitting some near-term support. We are now long Apple, starter position 1/4. Basically, I will add to the position now at the next fib level. All right, Apple's breaking lower. SPY is still seeing some buyers stepping into play. So it's not a healthy sign that Apple's breaking through the 618 fib. That's a technical breakdown that potentially is occurring and needs to be monitored.
I'm seeing a couple people coming over from your newsletter this morning. You sent a new set or something? I didn't even send anything this morning. I'm just gonna 3 weeks in a row, baby. Hold it strong. What are you posting in the newsletter? I've been posting. The main thing I try and focus on with it is the short-term setups. Like that's what I put basically my most time into on the newsletter, trying to give out some just solid setups I find for the week. But I mean, I go through what the Fed's been talking about. We had something going on that last week. What was trending, like some trending sectors for that last week, and tickers that have like the most inflow or that were trending the most. Seems like a lot of value. How much am I paying for it? 0, baby. Great. That was a good setup there. Yeah, that was a great setup. Yeah, I don't know. It's nice. I like to. I don't know. It's like a good amount of work every week, but I like it. It's like what I'm like thinking about anyway every week. I'm just not writing it all down, so I like to share it. Sure, I can't believe you're making everyone else go for free, but I had to pay $1,000. Bro, we don't talk about that. Well, I'm gonna bring it up. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about how I charge you. You gave it to me for $69. Oh! Well, he has other plans for you. Yeah. All right, boy. All right, sounds good. It's lunch. That's, I think nuts here, right? I haven't even been looking at the clock. Yeah, no, a slow morning with the price action really, but a slow morning with the time. Yeah, no, the price action was better today. A little bit, yeah. You guys just, I don't know, I feel slept, like, actually, like, time slept. Normally for me, it's like, I feel like it's already 11 o'clock. Oh, no. Like, I usually till 5, and it's usually, like, 1 already, or, like, 2. Yeah. I'm like, wow.
Yeah, I usually looked at the clock and then I know what time it is.
You know what? Yeah, no, that how it works, but, yeah. Well, did you check your email this morning?
No,
When you get time, you're looking at that.
not to look at it.
I don't know how to respond to that, too. Because, to be honest, I feel like you have a better, like...
I'm better at language.
No, not regarding that. You have a better knowledge of what you're kind of, like, looking for them to say. Okay. Looking for the data, but...
All right, so Apple's getting a small little bounce here off of this area. Again, we are holding a long on Apple. Day trade. Trying to see, but the Dixie's trying to break out here. So it's not a good sign.
Yeah, just for gains. I'm still holding a couple runners, well, a few runners on SPY, the 470s. They're in the money now. I didn't even realize that until right this second. That's cool. But as long as we're holding CBC bearish still, I'm gonna stay in these. As soon as we flip back bullish, I'm gonna pop out. Close over this 469.86. Back bullish. Take my stop. Should be a profit still though. Where we at? Oh yeah.
I get the fun job of taking down the decorations outside.
Oh. Yeah, January 1st we ripped that shit down like real quick.
Yeah, I've been waiting for like a warmer day.
Come on, give me 100% on these calls. Let's go. I need these calls at 2.
All right, guys, I'm seeing the Qs breaking down some more now. Tesla's breaking down. Dollar's trying to firm up here. Russell 10-minute bear flag.
Break that shit. The light's been red. The rational's been red all day.
All right, I'm exiting Apple here. I just closed my Apple for a small gain. I'm seeing the indices break down, and I'm actually looking at a Russell 2000 short.
We opened in a bear zone, so it's likely we close back into it. Love that. Oh. Take me home. To the promised land. Oh, you dirty dog.
I think we could see the Russell, the IWM. So we have a short on the Russell now. I think we could see the Russell try to push down to its gap fill. So I'll just show you that on the chart once it loads. I think this gap fill is our next target on the Russell.
Okay, I scaled one more con under hedge on multi-round.
So we're short the Russell via the RWM. It's a levered play, so just be appropriate in your position size and management. Look at the dollar breaking and basing above a key resistance. So as long as the dollar holds above here, algos should start to pick up a sell signal. And this could be now the new intraday range. I expect to move up to this 102.40 as long as we hold above this little flat top.
You kind of sound like you're a mile away in a tunnel, but could you not hear me now? I'm in my Tesla. Oh, flex on this car. No, I'm so saying it's like coming from the car. Yeah, it sounds different. Good that we say that. Model 3, we got a Model X Plaid. What do we got? An X. Oh, so he is flexing on us.
A little bit, a little flexy. I like it.
Listen, I can fly. I can fly. Please up. Bam. They are, those windows are really
All right, guys, I'm going to cut that loss. I'm selling the RWM. Basically, just a 1 cent loss per share. Loss per a share because the Dixie got absolutely to the equity markets now.
What's tomorrow?
Tomorrow I don't think I'm gonna be able to trade. Same with Monday. My assistant's gonna be out, so I'm actually gonna have to do
your assistant. Your work.
I have to do work.
But like actual work, not trading.
Correct. And actually, probably not BRB.
He's already getting to work.
Let's buy the flip.
asked about your Tesla, your X, and then just buy one share. I'm kidding. Don't feel guilty to spend more.
Yeah, time to.
Although, I may be a little bit biased.
Why? What do you like?
It could be my largest holding.
Oh, Tesla.
No, Apple.
Tesla's my largest holding, and then Apple's my second. So I'm with you. I still want Apple at 180. But like I thought.
POTR is my largest holding, but secondary is Tesla and Apple.
I saw that downgrade for Apple to like 160 or something low. Like, dude got fucked up.
They got another downgrade today as well. Well, the price target is still 11% higher than current price. I believe it was 205, 10% ahead.
Yeah, it went that 177 to just about 179. Honestly, anything under 180, I'm buying.
If we hit 160, I'm pissed, but I'll still buy it.
Yeah.
Apple is my largest. NVDA is my second. QQQ is third.
I like
Meta
it.
is 4, and then Tesla's 5. I bought similar amounts of Tesla, Meta, and NVIDIA. Sorry.
I need 100% of these Mondays. Come on. I'm a greedy fuck.
I think I cut someone off there.
No, you're good. You cut nobody off.
Evan, do you have a nice sized portfolio?
In the grand scheme of things, no, there's probably a lot of people with bigger stuff on me, but I'm not playing here. I'm not close to the 25K thing or whatever, but I'm also not like a multi-million-dollar portfolio. You got a nice size for a 25-year-old, if I say so myself.
Yeah. Yep.
You have a lot of cash getting that 5%.
Yeah, the biggest thing, I pissed myself on is I didn't buy the 20
Bro, the
So
only
I
reason,
know. Yeah.
like, the only reason my portfolio is, like, solidly sized now is because of Tesla. And that's not even from the recent run. That's from when I bought the first time.
Yeah, I just know now every 10 to 15% dip on anything I have to buy that I truly love.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I want to say, oh, like, I was strategic about it when I bought Tesla the first time, but I wasn't. Like, it was just low. I wasn't very educated on it, and I just thought it was overpriced, and it ended up being a good price, and I got fucking lucky. And
Dude, if I bought Tesla
you know,
when I wanted it, if I bought Tesla like 7 or 8 years ago, oh man, when I honestly, and when I first started listening a lot,
yeah.
I bought Tesla when I was a poor college kid, 19, and let's just say it's done me good.
Yeah, bro. Like, that's the only reason I'm actually able to play around in my long term, bro. I wouldn't have had enough years to, like, put in the deposit, you know what I mean? That's
me too, unless you're a poor college kid at that time.
Well, I'm not a college kid anymore. I'm almost a full college out of college, which I know some of you might be saying whatever, but to me it's
Oh, I know, it's crazy. Listen, I'm the same thing. I'm 25 too, so it's crazy.
yeah, you're married too.
Yeah, wow. If I went to college, I'd be graduating this year. Whoa. That's wild.
I still wish I got my. I didn't go when I had my tuition money.
The only reason, like, honestly, that I would have loved to actually go to college was to, like, the relationships, to have fun. Like, not for the classes personally, but I would have loved to have fun for sure. Go enjoy, but it also would have been a huge waste of fucking time. So, I'm so glad I didn't because, I mean, well, again,
Truthfully, I don't think it's a waste of time. I think it's a waste of money for a lot of people, maybe.
Yeah.
But I think your time is spent pretty well there.
it is spent. I guess I'd just rather sacrifice that time to do what we're doing here, you know?
Yeah, honestly, any finance degree is worth it because you're going to make so much fucking money out of it.
You're right.
I went for finance, and then I went in the city and interviewed for jobs, and I got 2 of them. I don't know if I got the third one. I forgot. But I got 2 of them, and then I realized I was like, I'm doing so well on my own. I was so used to it that I didn't want to let that go.
I don't think I'll ever I don't see myself, unless it's an absurd amount of money, I don't see myself ever settling to be limited on what I can trade. Like, I always want to be a free trader. I don't want to be in some firm telling me what I can and can't do. I don't, unless I'm getting paid, like, insane, stupid money, bro. Like, I don't think I'll ever consider it even.
Consider what?
Like, trading in some sort of firm or just anywhere where I'm stuck and limited to what I can trade or can and can't trade.
Oh, yeah.
I won't ever do it. You're gonna have to pay me a big check.
I've said this before. If COVID never happened, I'd probably be a financial advisor right now, right?
If COVID never happened, I'd be working in the union right now, digging holes as a blue-collar worker. Thank God for COVID. Saved my life. I would literally be running a backhoe right now. I'd be making good money, like 60 an hour.
Yeah, no, union day, they do like a good level.
My brother does it. My brother is an absolute killer with it.
Yeah, my girl, he does great stuff in the union. Very good.
And I still low-key, I do wish I did it sometimes, because I could have quit right now but still paid union dues, which is just a monthly payment, and I would have all the benefits that they offer, which is like, all of the above, every benefit like they offer it. So that's the only thing that sucks. It's like it would have been nice to sacrifice like that 2 years, but it would have been a shitty 2 years, and I wouldn't have learned what I learned. So
Yeah, those are some good jobs though.
they are amazing jobs, and they are those blue-collar jobs that's what builds our roads. That's what keeps shit running. So I love those guys. And I mean, it's my brother. I fucking respect him so much for doing that. But I'm glad there's other people to do it, but we can do this. Focus on this shit, and then I'm gonna retire his ass so he never has to dig a hole again. One of these days, just gotta keep going. Cause I know he loves it, but I know he'd love it a lot more if he didn't have to dig a hole every day. Yeah.
If COVID never happened, I would be Wales' financial advisor right now.
Yeah. I might get stopped on the rest of these puts. It's only got 2 cons left. They're still pretty green.
Yeah, for those who
I
don't
want that 100%. But
you gotta know your strengths, and I suck at like managing a long-term portfolio. So I have managed portfolios.
yeah, it's fine.
So you can be really good at day trading and suck at picking stocks. So I have to keep that in mind. You don't have to be good at everything.
But in my opinion, if you are just gonna like invest in the S&P 500, it's so much better to just set up a automatic withdraw out of your bank account to do it for you.
But yeah,
You don't pay those fees to a broker that's just gonna do the same fucking thing.
yeah, if you're gonna be telling whoever your financial like whoever's managing your account or whoever's just gonna go into funds or something that are pretty generic, then yeah, you don't know that.
It's like throwing money out the
I-
window, literally.
I made a mistake this year, last year now, weird. When through a lot of the run-up, let's say January through June, July, whatever, August, I stopped / slowed down my DCA very aggressively, and that was a mistake.
Yeah.
And that type of mistake would not have happened with an advisor because they would have just kept that.
True. And
So
you are susceptible to your emotions still, for sure, like that. So yeah.
they took a lot out of it. Yeah, it's a psychopath. Maybe a sociopath with no emotions.
But I don't know. I think I've gotten very good at just not giving a fuck about my long term. Like, not in a bad way, you know what I mean? But just like, I'm not concerned with what's happening unless it's detrimental to what I'm holding. And unless that's happening, I just try and keep it on the low. Buy shit when she's low. We are getting into this point though where I might want to start hedging myself with a little SQQQ. But not yet. I'm not ready yet. I maybe should have started already, but
Sorry.
So they did stuff. Yeah, no worries, you're good.
What did you say?
I was wondering, do you ever hedge your long-term portfolio with like when we get really overbought with some like SQQQ or some sort of other like inverse ticker or something?
Well, there's a dog walking around outside with a leash and no one behind it, so that's distracting me a little bit. Right now, I have an aggressive amount of cash, which is my kind of protection. Oh no, there's grandma walking behind. We're good. Right now I have a lot of cash, and that's kind of my hedge. But when I got more fully invested, I have had hedges before. When we had that 2020 crash, I had some short Cisco, I believe it was, or maybe it was Cirrus Logic, and that was to hedge my Apple position, and it turned out to be very good.
Nice.
So right now, yeah, my cash is my hedge. I don't need to.
I was thinking about it, and we took this big dip, and I was like, I missed my opportunity. Now I'm waiting to see if we can.
Where's the VIX?
Stop back up. VIX is at right under 14 here.
It should still be pretty cheap to hedge if you really did want to.
Yeah. I've never actually hedged with VIX before.
So I'm not saying hedge with VIX. I'm saying that would mean that the put options to buy would be cheaper than they would be the VIX secretly.
Yeah, I gotcha.
But if you have a lot of cash in my position, that is my hedge. And also, you know, in your long-term portfolio as a 21-year-old who can finally drink for the first time, I think it's a little less important than some of the others. So I'm not saying go mega long, but you should be worrying a little bit less than my grandma who I'm talking to and her friends.
Definitely.
One of her friends sold completely out of the market, and I was like, I would never advise that. But right now, you're like, she's like 89 or something, 70, 89, something.
I understand. She's taking her bag.
You're 5%. Who cares? You're just here to protect it. And I wasn't super upset with that one, but for people younger than that, I would not recommend it. I was okay with it. Yeah. Everything's about circumstances.
Circumcisions, what?
When you sell everything, you strip the opportunity that was once there.
Whoa.
At least at the prices you were at. And it's just like, it's like a death, you know? It's like, devastating.
I have never fully sold out of the market, and I will never. Well, I mean, I haven't, like, never, but not for the next 20, 30, 40, 50 years.
I have with, like, my earlier, like, just random accounts that I blew over time, but, like, you know, that I didn't know what I was doing with. But, like, since I actually started my real long-term portfolio, yeah, I've never sold completely out of anything, except for, like, some individual tickers that just weren't working as trades.
Yeah, that's very different. That is extreme. I know we've talked about it, and I've been trying to get my own portfolio in this direction. I'm a fan of having your portfolio and then picking some individual stocks on top of that. So not 80% individual stocks and 20% ETFs. I'd rather have 60, 70% of these broad-based market ETFs, a QQQ, a VOO, etc. There's a couple others, and then pick some individual stocks on top of that. And that's kind of my goal right now, to get my portfolio in that direction.
Gotcha. Might get stopped on SPY here for popping over that previous 5-minute candle high. If we close over that amount, reject this 90 MA and come back down. But I'm gonna follow.
McDonald's CEO with some commentary saying the Middle East war is causing meaningful impact. McDonald's taking lower off of that.
What? Mickey D's is getting heavily impacted by that? Well, I don't know.
There was some commentary around boycotting or whatever.
McDonald's 290 put January 5th.
Did I beat Charlie?
No. I would just beat it.
Here.
5-minute candle gonna close back below. Keep it rolling. I wanna stay in.
292.0 DTE put on McDonald's.
Puts a hundo, even though I only have 2 left. Yeah, I want it.
As soon as that goes in the money, I will be securing profits.
Getting
Or I shouldn't say as soon. I said if it goes in the money, I will be securing profits.
decent amount harder than getting 100% on like 0 days. Like doing it with 1 day is definitely a bit tougher. And I basically got the top. The first lower high. Back to 50 here.
All right, guys, secure those profits. Our put just went in the money. I'm locking in profits here at 291.67. Nice trade there, guys. Nice trade. That put went in the money. Good job if you took that. That was a quick 2-minute trade. Boom. Beautiful 0DTE play. Beautiful. Hey there, Liquid Fire. Sorry, I just seen you. How's it been today? Seems busy. I did have a question with the members' trades. When you say you're covering, what do you mean? If it's a swing, do you get back in on a dip/bump? So, Liquid Fire, covering a trade means I'm covering my short position. So you can either buy something long or you can short something. And to exit a short position, you're probably talking about AF. Just give me 1 second here while the chart loads. So with members, I shorted a firm all the way up at this 49 area. The line should appear momentarily. 49.36, we had a short on a firm. We just covered our firm short today and basically netted the profit difference. So short covering, you're betting that the stock is going to go. So when you short something, you're going to bet that the stock is going down. And to either exit that position, to exit any short position, you have to cover it. You either cover it for a gain or you cover it for a loss. So I completely exited my AFRM short. I covered it completely. And I basically, when you cover something, you're buying it at the underlying price. So we shorted at 49.36. I just have to see here on my alert. And we covered our firm at 43.69. So we netted the difference. So let me just put this in here, 43.69. So basically we netted the difference. We shorted up here, which means we borrowed shares, betting that the stock's going to go down. It collapsed and we covered it. When you cover something, you're buying it. So we covered it here and we net the difference, roughly just over 11% gain. So hopefully that makes sense, Liquid Fire. Whenever you short something, in order to get out of the trade, you have to cover it, which means you're buying it. You're buying the underlying asset. And if it's a swing trade, I am not buying a firm here. I do have a level if it were to flush lower that I'd consider picking up some longs, but I'm not buying a firm here. You may get a little bit of a bounce up here. I do anticipate that, which is why I covered. But I've exited the trade completely, 100%. Hopefully that helps. Does that make sense there, Liquid Fire? Let me know if you have any other questions, and I can try to explain it in a different way. And we've been pretty active. We did another, 4 trades today. We have done 4 new trade alerts with members today. So we're slowly starting to pick up some new trade ideas. Some new setups are forming. Sorry, just give me a second here. I have to reselect the video screen. I do like the Russell 2000, although the Qs are the only negative indice. I am looking at a potential short here. Let's pick on the weak indice, the QQQ. So I'm going to grab some put options on the Qs. I am going to grab some puts on the Qs. Let's go. All right, I'm going to go 397. All right, 397 0 DTE puts on the Qs right here. 397 0 DTE puts on the Qs. Expect to lose in the options games. You always want to size appropriately. So we're looking for a move down to 397 now on the Qs. Based off of this bear flag and the dollar strength here. The dollar is actually looking to go green on the session. So we have 397 0DTE puts. I can actually see the Qs going all the way back down to test the low of day, which is close to around the 396.17 area. You know, this little bit of a bear flag pattern suggests there's a downside move down to 396.34.
By the way, there was also a little bit of a cryptic post from NVIDIA on their NVIDIA GeForce account. They just said January 8th, 2024, 8 p.m. 8 a.m. Pacific time, and they put a link to their Twitch account. I don't know if this is a CES thing they got going on or an announcement coming, but I don't know. Maybe something to watch out for.
Okay, something happening.
Yeah, exactly. So I will be out until further notice. And honestly, that's up to you. You could obviously hold it. I do expect what's the AFRM to go lower, but I like to just take my profits. You know, I usually look for those double-digit gains. That's proven to be very, very healthy for my trading account whenever I take double-digit gains. And it was really a quick trade. I mean, if we look at where week or two is just extraordinary. This is why swing trading is so powerful. But you can absolutely write it down more if you want. But I do anticipate a bounce here at a gap fill. This is where you had two green bar reversals, your first one, your second one. So there's some support here. There is some support here. But I'm fully out. I usually will identify if I trim half the position or if I ride the full things. But usually with swing trades, I just exit the full position. Most scenarios. Day trades, I often will trim like a quarter or half or a third. But swing trades, most of the time, I exit the full position. But I mean, take a look at this. Like, really, it was what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 trading sessions, and we banked over 11%. So some people don't make 11% for a full year. And we just did in 8 trading sessions. And as of now, we took that 0 DTE. That's because the dollar's breaking out here. And again, as soon with 0 DTs, I don't like to mess around. As soon as they hit in the money, I like to close them and take the profit.
God, I'm sure those 0-day costs for my entry are like 200 fucking percent right now. But I don't care. It's all good. I'm up for the challenge.
I mean, Spot was like head and shoulders with scoliosis.
I think I need at least. I think I need yesterday's low for that 10% on the loss.
That is so like Twitter. I mean, what? Over 90% on McDonald's. We can do the 100%. We might be. Let's go. So what I was going to say is Twitter is annoying because I just put together like a little tweet about small account update and stuff, but then I can't schedule it because it's a long tweet. I guess if it's over the 280 characters, they don't let you schedule it.
That's interesting. Never heard of that.
I didn't know that, or maybe it's because there's pictures. I don't know what the cause is. All I know is the calendar thing raiders.
So what's interesting is we're now seeing NVIDIA weaken from the highs. Google's weak. It is strong. Microsoft's also breaking down. Microsoft's about to go negative. Apple's still down 1.15%, but has had a really decent bounce off of the lows. And there is a potential head and shoulders forming on the Tesla 3-minute chart.
Hey, Jordan. Hey, I got a friend of mine trades with for a while.
Remember when I set up what SIPU was free? 1305 for $450.
Which ticker is that thing?
SIPU.
Oh, hey, I got a buddy of mine I've been trading with for a while.
So speak up. Different alpha?
Sorry, we can't have two alphas at one time.
Oh, he's not following me. Kick him out. Yes, I can. 5 seconds. 5. What is up, Alpha? Hey guys, thanks for having me. Thank you, B-Race, for thank you, Colin Alpha. I'm just kidding. No, this is a buddy of mine. I've been in a hardcore season going on. Don't worry. No worries. That's a buddy of mine for a while, so I know the sarcasm that goes on all the time. Good, good. I'm glad. No, this Alpha is a buddy of mine, man. I've been in a Discord with him for a while. He kind of built and designed his own algo with exit and entry points and stuff like that. Yeah. Good, really good trader, but kind of not on the popularity kind of tip, man. It's more of a rock solid backroom trader, man. I love it. Yeah, you want to pull you up, man? I'm a nerd, so I'm a quant. You know, I'm a programmer. Not popular space out there, but share whatever I can. Yeah, I love it. If I go lower, come on, baby. Me? Yeah, I'm looking for yesterday's close. I like it. The Dow's applying some pressure on SPY. Nasdaq's holding up. Some divergence on S&P, so looks like it might be a small pullback before we push up. Champ, what's up, baby? Champ. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Good to be back. Yes, sir. It's a good day. I didn't trade the first day, but
That's amazing, Liquid Fire.
2 days that I've
And the more you paper trade, the more experience you're going to garner in this market. There's going to be tons and tons of opportunities this year. Tons of opportunities. So paper trading is very, very smart. And then when you're ready,
ready for the
there's nothing like putting your own capital on the line.
everybody's like yearly P&L resets and everybody starts basically just from scratch. You know what I mean? I love that. It's my favorite. See if we can beat last year. That's all I want. Just keep beating the previous years.
Yeah, I don't want to throw any shots, Jordan, but I am going to throw a little bit of a shot here. At what point is it too late to say Happy New Year? The fourth feels like maybe the last day.
Well, I texted Champ, like we texted January 14th.
January 14th. Whoa.
Yeah, because a lot of people
It's like
what did I celebrate New Year? What did I celebrate New Year? January 14th, based on the old calendar.
oh.
Mikey got the historical. Champ, did you so you haven't been trading this week, really?
No, I'm in a swing position currently, but not really any day trades.
Yeah. I mean, it's been slower, man. It's still like first week back. I don't think. I was hoping like bigger dogs would kind of step back in, which I feel like we've seen a little bit, but not full force like I know it can be. So I'm just kind of waiting for that. SPY's still just in this daily range. We're just back and forth. It's a pretty solid range, though.
So we are seeing the Dixie hitting some resistance. Markets are trying to bounce a little bit. Tesla's curling up. Apple's pushing higher here.
SPY not stopped out yet. Still holding CBC 5 minute. I don't like how we're not getting that continuous momentum though after breaking that low. We made a lower low, back below head pressure, but now we're like bouncing hard again. So. Okay, get that 100%. Did you get the 470s B or 469 con?
Jesus, like you said, that's ID, right? Like
That's ID.
with this space,
Yeah.
that thing just took off.
Wait, what is that?
No, what do you mean by that?
Okay, ticker CGTX. Watch the 222 break. Maybe I need a 222. There's resistance there as well. So break that. We're gonna make a move close to 3. Now if we break, let's say 307. We're close to 12.
BTX getting a pop here.
CGTX getting a pop on the patent news for regarding Alzheimer's.
Media.
I'll be right back. Oh. Yeah, I'm still short. Yeah, I'm gonna put this to the test because this is very interesting. Coincidental that this short interest on that ticker that I just called out reduced by 10% in the last week. Let's see. This move is above $1.
Guys, there's a high risk play here, CGTX. Long at 216 here. We are seeing it push up here. Starter position though. Next ad level is below $2. It's around that 198, $2 even number.
Remember my number on SAD? Let's see if we get there.
Come on, Spy, drop your panties, girl.
Still holding those QQQ 0DT puts.
If we get through the monthly minutes, it's just up for 469 where I'm working.
Yeah, it is a big spot. It's one behind. I'll be surprised if it's downside of this area. But I'm liking that candle.
I see sellers.
Big new lows on the S&P here. Sorry, I stand corrected. It's not new lows. It's just a little bit of a new low in the trend. Q. Another question I had was after talking to someone at work, I told them that I made $300 one day with multiple day trades, which I was happy about. And then they said that if I was doing it with real money, it would be taxed 40% since I wasn't in the trade long enough. Is that true? I don't know what country you're in there, Liquid Fire. And honestly speaking, I am not a tax advisor or financial consultant, so the tax laws are not my area of expertise. I have an accountant that handles that. So it really depends on where you're located in the earth. If you're in the States.
The Scalper. He's an amazing chartist. Everybody follow him now. Oh, yeah. Rock's an OG. Bring him up. Oh, I hate that thing. No, fuck him. I would. I thought it was Barack. Rock. I don't know, but Savage is a great trader.
So our 397 put is almost in the money here. Almost in the money.
Oh, I want to see that thing fucking explode. Then I'll make you explode. Oh. 30 more bucks a con, and I'm selling one of these for $100 a month. We need under this half gap, which is 468.56. But, well, resilience is negative. Not negative enough, but it's negative, so might get that move to the bottom of the gap, which is 468.30 roughly. That would give me $100, I think. One more leg down. I'm being a greedy bastard asking for that, though. We're at opening price. This is the spot to be scaling. So probably don't do what I'm doing and hold for $100. No reason to do that. I'm just being a greedy guy. Oh, that's my prediction ahead. Oh, give me the. Evan thinks his team's gonna pass me in Sharky. Yeah,
Watch out. It's going to happen, dude.
you think we're at 82% now? We ain't even breaking 81.
Yeah, we haven't even had our trump card, Frank, throwing his prediction yet, so watch out.
Yeah, I'm back, guys. I had to go get a CO.
All right, guys, markets are breaking down here. Q's buy, dollars trying to break out. Yeah, on the hourly and 30-minute chart. So this is a big area that Microsoft is now breaching after it. That's not good for the sentiment gauge on the IGV cloud stocks. Microsoft has got its tentacles in pretty much every single business out there. Still long CGTX, down about 10 cents per share. The one thing I do know about taxation, Liquid Fire there, at least where I am, is that it is taxed as just regular income. But there's ways that accountants and advisors can get you tax sheltered laws and different things. All right, guys, I'm going to add a little bit more to this CGTX. Done one entry. I'm going to do another half entry here at 206. It's a light volume name, so this one has a tendency to overshoot. Bring my average down now to 211. And again, I still like that 198 area. If we flush into that.
I'm doing it to show you guys that if you follow strict rules and you have good risk management, compounding or not take that to heart. Like some of you might quietly think to yourself, hey, there's no way. And then you might just totally ignore what I'm actually trying to teach you. So I wanted to verify that this is all true. I don't really, usually people don't think so. But I just don't want people who can really learn from it to discount it as not being valuable information. So that's the whole reason why I decided giving them full permission to verify every trade. And today's are above the spaces, the index top, and Retta has confirmed.
So you have a big breakdown happening in Google, Microsoft, Tesla's on watch. Amazon's looking weak right now too.
Income, the whale.
Oh, sorry, my bad. You.
Those are pretty consistent gains for the start, baby.
Yeah, so far, and I'm not going to try and say,
I think it also depends on Liquid Fire, your account size, and how many day trades you're doing. I'm not entirely familiar with US law. I'm based in Canada, but it revolves around obviously how much income you've made and then the frequency of your trades as well. But again, it's not my area of expertise. There's probably, based off of your income, if you have another job, if you have a spouse, there's probably a bunch of different things that can occur in your favor that a tax accountant or tax advisor would be able to definitely give you the best. But there's taxes regardless. I mean, that's the name of the game. You can't really get around that. I used to be afraid of them too, but as long as you're making successful trades and compounding, it's basically, in theory, you still should be netting much more.
By the way, that McDonald's story earlier, it seems to have been more like a focus on their Middle Eastern markets taking stroke, more of the commentary was more centered around those specific markets than the company in general.
I got stopped. Use candle by candle method.
Actually, it was on that last 5-minute candle that I was texting.
Great trades. That was like textbook patience. Yeah, that was long. I 8:30 my time almost. Yeah. Almost 2 hours. Oh. Worth it though. for like 65% there. I'm happy. Order rejected. Oh. Uh-oh. Order rejected. Dude, that was so funny. Yeah, it was a little too. I put an extra zero on there. I've done it. Only when I've done it, it unfortunately got billed. Oh my god, that would have been not good.
All right, so we just currently have two positions on, one long, one short. We have a QQQ put, 397 to hit. Again, once it hits this level, I will be securing profits. And we have CGTX. That one's a very spec. This one, I do believe, can actually head all the way up. And today, I think off of this high pivot, this sell-off, and what's potentially happening here on volume, and considering this name has reduced its short interest just this week alone by 10%, believe it or not, I could see a move all the way up to 426 that I have calculated for this name. Again, it could obviously fall a whole lot first, but that's the target that I have in mind. Yeah, taxes are a whole other beast. Okay, that's good to know, man. Thanks for the information. But again, I was in the same mindset when I first started. I was worried, like, oh, the tax, the tax, the tax. But honestly, paying taxes, no one likes. But if you're paying high taxes, it means you're making money. So you should be, your goal at the end of the year is to obviously to get tax breaks. But if you're paying high amounts of tax, it means you did really, really well. So obviously we don't like paying it, but I want to pay as much tax as I can at the end of the year because that generally means that my stock portfolio and investments have done really well, that I've made a shitload of money. So yes, taxes are bad, but it's really perspective. If you're paying high taxes, it means you've made more money, more income most of the time. So is it really bad if you're paying high taxes? Not really, because it generally means you've netted more income. Then obviously on the years that you do poorly, which happens from time to time, it's only part of the ebbs and flow of the market that you claim capital loss on your taxes. Anyways, I'm going to go get some lunch. I'm monitoring these positions from afar, and if anything changes, I'll hop on the mic and be sure to jump on the mic and see if anything else is progressing. So I'll be right back. My average is now sitting at 208, so we're down 10 cents on the trade. We are down roughly 10 cents on the trade. So we have a half position long CGTX. Again, this is super speculative. We are seeing a heavy volume day. It is trying to break out of this little consolidation pattern, but very risky trade on the long side. Still holding my QQQ put, but it's been a pretty decent day today. You could arguably say on the, actually show you on the 30-minute shoulders, that did trigger, and we're trying to hold the neckline right now. So we're currently below the little neckline. But if this can hold above this neckline, we could have a breakout here. Which would take us to that gap fill. That CGTX one more time. Well, technically I could add another 2 more entries, but I'm just going to add one more time at around that 188 level. So keep 188 level on watch. So the Qs are trying to firm up here a little bit. Still inside of a big red bar breakdown. One thing I am watching is, are we forming a little bit of a bottoming formation here? Are we going to come up and test this neckline? We could have a left shoulder developed here, a head, and now we could be developing a right shoulder. And that would imply a decent sized move on the Qs. That would actually infer, a nice almost 1% upside if we break out. That would take you right to gap fill. So that pattern's on watch. This little inverse head and shoulders is on watch. We're still under pre-market low, so it's technically bearish, but we could be seeing a little bit of a rounding formation occurring here in the Qs. Apple's firming up. Google, Meta pulling in from the highs. Again, Amazon selling. Tesla selling.
I still have plenty of losing trades, right? Based on it.
Our Qs are now coming down some more.
4 or 5 trades a day, that's a lot. There is nothing more bearish.
This could get ugly here.
Gotta see 466 sooner or later. This is today. see it pull back to 16.3. Yeah. And I get 200 points. That's the weekly. 16 look at. 16.3 is my weekly trend. Right. Which is down 200 points. And it doesn't mean I'm running into it. It's going to be prepared.
All right. I'm going to probably close my QQQ put position. If we get above this little breakdown red bar here, so call it 397.86. If we close above there on a 2-minute basis and start breaking out of this little bit of a consolidation pattern, I'm going to close my puts for a small gain. We're up just a little bit here on these 0DT puts. So the dollar's falling here. The DXY is falling. This one actually could go negative on the session. Excuse me. Big surge on Apple there. Mighty push from the Apple. Like this, you would anticipate the Qs in this S&P at least breaking this range. You know, the big relative difference here. And you can actually argue that, I just noticed this now on the 2-minute chart. You can argue to say you've triggered a head and shoulders. You have your left shoulder here, you have your head, you have your right shoulder. You're at the neckline right now. of the Qs. So the Qs have arguably, I just noticed that now, triggered a 2-minute head and shoulders. So Apple's still remaining very, very strong here. So a lot of people are going to get everyone bulled up because Apple's breaking out here, and arguably the Qs should continue higher with Apple's strength, but you haven't really seen broad market participation yet. Alright, so the Qs recaptured the neckline here, so therefore this pattern, this head and shoulders is actually failed. So we'll take that target off. Now you are at some resistance, but you did get a close above this red bar. We're basically just a few percentage points up on our puts. But if we start getting above this white trend line, that's when I'm going to look to basically just close them for break even, or we'll see, there might be a small loss depending on what happens at this area. Alright guys, so if the Qs get above this EMA 113, this orange moving average, on the 2-minute chart, I will be closing the puts for a slight loss. As of now, we're just basically flat. Alright guys, I just secured profits on that 397 0DTE put. I just closed it right over here. 397 0DTE went in the money. Huge profits. Another winning trade in the book. So congrats if you're able to take that put with us. Another basically back down and test the low of day. But I am out of my QQQ put position. Our 0DTE did go in the money. So excellent job if you were able. Big 0DT profit. So shaping things up, the Dixie's going for a high of day. The Dixie is positive. Apple's down, Amazon's down, Tesla's green, NVDA's green. Crypto stocks are running phenomenally here again. NVIDIA's positive on the session. Meta's positive. Google's been weak pretty much all session, down 1.48%. Microsoft is creating a technical breakdown as we speak on the hourly chart. 20-minute chart, hourly chart, however you want to look at it. Microsoft is having a technical breakdown, which right now we're trying to confirm on the 10-minute chart. Hasn't confirmed it yet, but it's trying.
I'm not gonna lie, the gear kind of interests me a little bit. We can actually hold.
Alright guys, I am back here, but I am going to have to end this stream a little bit early. We have closed several winners today, about 7 winners, no losers, 1 draw. So it's been a full-packed winning day trading session today here with tradingcapital.ca. And on that note, I am just going to go over some of the next support levels. If you haven't checked out my tradingcapital.ca Discord, I run a swing trading and day trading service. We've already closed a magnificent amount of profits this year, and we've taken on several new trades over the last couple of days. But overall, if we look at this 10-minute chart of the QQQ, the Qs have been the weakest indice. Tech has been hit pretty hard here. Apple's obviously been rocked all day, but had a big bounce from the lows. Then you had Microsoft green, and now it's red. Microsoft creating a technical breakdown. I'm suspecting the Qs to actually test this low of day, and we could even see a late day. Reasons why: you have yields positive up nicely on the session. You have a bear steepener in play. You also are looking at the Dixie chart. The Dixie chart was red, and now it's actually green and trying to break out of this flag pattern. So if the Dixie gets above this little bit of a reversal topping tail, it's going to challenge this 102.50 area. And again, I think the markets will sell hard if we get above this 102.45. So keep the Dixie on your chart. But small caps are also potentially going to see a flush down to 1 highs. And I think that the gap fill down at 192.63 is going to be filled on the Russell 2000. So keep your wits about you. And definitely position size is key. You don't want to be trying to catch a falling knife, because this market has had a phenomenal rally at the end of 2023. So because that's going to make or break this market, I think we will start to see some sell side pressure occur heavier if that Dixie starts to firm up even more. On that note, congrats on the 7 winning trades that we took today and the 1 draw on the put option. But overall, it's been a fantastic day of profits yet again. And I just hopefully some of you were able to catch some of the trades that I called out. And on that note, I'm going to bid everybody farewell, and we will see you on the charts a little bit later. Take care, everybody.